reserves. So we have a contribution to reserve in 2023 of 104,000. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is the Growing Communities Fund.
We did not get 104,000 for the Growing Communities Fund.
Yeah, so you had $10,000 contribution to reserve. Just a second here. Just let me. So contribution to reserve, yeah. So there would have been $10,000 contribution to reserve. That was part of the 2023 financial plan. So before the Growing Communities Fund, and then after the allocation of the Growing Communities Fund, that change is what was received in grant and just put into reserve. So that's sitting in reserve right now from 2023 going into 2024.
So what's our total reserve budget right now?
So for 2024, $10,000.
No, not our contribution, our total reserve fund.
Oh, it's in reserves. Okay, sorry.
Through the chair, 94,000 of the Growing Communities Fund and 100, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, 187,000 in the other reserves for a total of 281.
That sounds correct based upon what I looked at last week.
Okay. So I'll make a motion of zero contribution to reserve in the 2024 budget. And then I have further if Mayor Hewitt agrees.
So just to clarify that, okay, so that's not the arena reserve, that is just our standard reserve contribution we've been making over the years. That on line 59,000?
Correct. Yeah, so that would you would not make a contribution to the Regional Parks Reserve in 2024.
Correct. Yes.
And then I have further questions about the reserve budget. I just want to make sure it's been noted that the 10,000 has dropped to zero.
Yes, it has. I've noted it.
Thank you. So then in terms of having over $290,000 in reserves and another $100,000 coming from Community Works Area D for capital, what are we doing with close to $400,000 in a capital fund? What is the Growing Communities allocated to?
The Growing Communities was allocated to the what essentially was the road, the secondary method of glacier for that that project.
At Glacier Creek?
Yes.
And
so
will
right now, if there was a fire, there would be only one way out of that part. So we had planned that road. So that's what that money was allocated to.
Okay, so that will be occurring this year then?
No, 2025 is where that work is scheduled to take place. And that meets the terms of Growing Communities, which we have to use it within 3 years of receiving it.
And what will be the total need for, is it going to be 94,000? Or are we going to be pulling from reserves for more on that project?
Yeah, that project, so that's partially where the Community Works funding that you've asked, we've spread that across 3 years, plus that contribution from reserve. That project was estimated at around, I may be off a little bit here, but my understanding was around 150.
Can I keep going?
Yeah.
So in that sense, that would still leave us 400, 150, 250. So I would like to my community works fund allocation and direct you to use the capital reserve that is available in this service.
Or is it already earmarked for projects?
Well, through the chair, the only caution I would make is that we're about to receive the asset management report, which will include park assets. And so the biggest liability to this service is actually Ainsworth Wharf. And so there is significant work that will need to be planned for over, it may not be within this 5-year plan, but it is over definitely within the next 20 years. So that would be my only caution, but we could definitely re-plan out how the reserve funds are used. Doing that switch right now doesn't necessarily change the financial plan. And we could definitely revisit that once we have all of that asset management information in front of us.
So I'll remain with the direction I've requested, because if there are major upgrades at Ainsworth Wharf required, you can then apply for community works. But applying for community works at $100,000 out of Area D, when we currently have close to $200,000 available for unknown asset management, I'm not prepared to make that commitment. I did not understand the level of reserves we had in this service at that time. And community works will remain available. So I will remain that community works allocation of $100,000 from Area D be removed from this budget, and asset management requirements beyond the road and the community growing communities fund use the reserve in this service. Do you have any concerns with that?
It's your 100,000.
Well,
Just as long as it's gonna, because it was obviously the 100,000 was earmarked for certain capital projects for this calendar year, and that's why.
it was over 3 years.
Oh, it was over 3 years. Okay.
And they weren't necessarily designated.
Okay.
So the fact that we have a reserve available for capital is where we should be going first. And anything above and beyond that, especially with Ainsworth Wharf, community works can be used.
Yeah, so through the chair, the only change that would make is that we'd be drawing from reserves this year, just for those pieces. But that's perfectly fine. Like I said, it doesn't actually make removing the contribution changes the requisition amount. The other things are just net zero differences, just where the money is funded from.
Right.
The community works means then that my funds don't get diminished in community works, and as water systems start being able to move forward, I do need that $100,000. So it would have been good to know about the reserves at that time. I would not have made that commitment having known. Now, questions on the community services fee?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the community services fee is going up $8,000 this year. Is that based on the park's position being approved? Although I opposed it, but we do have other voters, so it went through.
So only partially, because it was already going up. That's primarily due to salaries going up across the regional district.
Did you have further comment on that one?
It's just significant to the overall budget, and I don't like it. I'm just looking at the 4,000 also for Argenta Community Hall for capital. They can come to me for a community development grant on that one.
Okay, so through the chair, we're just going to remove that, and you want us to communicate to them to make application for community development funds.
Yes, and if you can copy me, I'll make sure that I'm in the loop on that, because they then go through me.
Sorry, Amy, just when you turned your head, I couldn't quite hear you.
Yes, if you can let them know that, but just copy me and then I can continue the communications.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that was predominantly, so 10,000 for Johnson's Landing, remove the contribution to service, remove the $100,000 from community works throughout the financial plan. And remove the 4,000 capital for Argenta. We'll do community development for that. So that means we've reduced the overall requisition by 14,000.
From what's showing on the sheet that we're looking at.
Correct.
Yeah. So it'll be then, in theory, 240.
Actually, the requisition will be less than last year.
Yeah.
And then
Which, just a note, is because you are carrying over surplus from last year as well.
Right. And it's also noting that the Castle Recreation took away the $10,000 request because we're going to use the reserve that we've got to fund this
Correct.
year's grants.
Yes,
And then both the grants, the community development grant, kiosk signage, picnic tables, which are in the upper 43025 lines, those have already been provided. So I just want to make sure that you're not coming back to me for those. You've got those in January.
no, through the chair, we are aware. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And then, I'm sorry, Chair, I'm so informal with this one. May I
Yeah.
continue?
I just wanted to go back, and we had agreed to just have the requests be carried forward, but not to any amount, right? I think if they wanted a change, we needed to see that documentation. And that's where my issue is with the Johnson's Landing, is because there is no justification for significant increases over the last 2 years. If they're within inflation, then it's not a big deal. Most of them haven't changed, but there are a couple, some of them have decreased. So I think we do need to just not assume that we're going to accept whatever is presented each year, especially if it's going up significantly. And then you can go ahead.
Well, I don't disagree that when there's those, significant changes in place, but I think staff don't have that direction because we've removed the formal process. And so I think it's something we need to flag that, Joe, I'm not sure how that works, but we did say basically remove the application because they're essentially asking for the same thing every year. So let's save time in administration. But what we didn't flag was when staff notices that there's more than a certain amount increase, that we need a justification. So what's the best way to catch that and make sure that staff have that when these come in, Joe?
Through the chair, and I don't know, Amy and Susan, this is really, is that maybe we aim for the October meeting that they have. I actually think there is an advantage to them filling out those forms. I know they were detailed, or we have some kind of a modified form where we also bring you the information that they're providing in order to get the grant. So for example, in order to get those grants out of the service, they have to provide that they held an AGM, that this was their budget that was approved. This is their financial statements. And then with that, we asked them for October to provide us maybe with a 5-year projected budget, in particularly identifying what they are requesting to be funded from the service.
And I think that one, because the capital is going to change from year to year, but for operational, I think and like I said, capital is going to be dependent on what their capacity is during a certain year. So I think that makes sense. If Christine, you could note that, to have that on the October meeting. And how far ahead do you need to have that flag, Joe, so you are prepared for that in October?
Yeah, so through the chair, that basic, the basic information, if they've done their work in order to get the grant funding from the service, that information will all be there. It's just, I wanted to do an important question for you and Amy, is that what we want is a description of any capital projects that they may be asking for, and something that looks forward for what they're looking for the RDCK grant, operational grant, and why there would be any changes to those amounts.
Yeah.
Are those the two primary pieces?
And I think the timing on when we request that documentation from them, the last 2 years, we've missed the deadlines. And I think it's just a flag in your department, Joe. I think there's been staff changes, and so it's been hard to catch. So if we want them by October, they're applying in September, and we should give them that heads up now.
Yeah, and through the chair, I agree completely, Amy. I have Jenna back now. So some of those things that have fallen through the cracks administratively, she's already plugging the holes.
And I appreciate that. I wasn't saying that to say, but I did acknowledge why. I knew
Yeah,
I
no,
had heard.
absolutely. I'm just, yeah, it has been a problem. Thank you.
Um,
All right.
okay, a few more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
32,500 for contracted services. What is that?
2,000, where are we?
54030.
So there's a reduction there, just a moment.
Oh, is that the Glacier Creek host budget?
Here, just a sec, there's a few things in there.
Okay.
That's what we make annually all the time.
So the Glacier Creek operation, we're actually expecting that will go up. So that piece is being like right now, we're going out looking for a new host. There's some expectation there that might go up. The biggest drop is in the Lardo Regional Park. Is it saying here? I don't know that it gives me an explanation of it. We decreased that contracted service in Lardo from 16 to 10. And it says that 10 is primarily for the janitorial contract. So that's where the change happened. So there was a 3,500 increase projected for Glacier. Stable, there's another piece, stable like Glacier.
Can you tell me what the actual contract amount is for the host at Glacier Creek?
We can't right now because it's out. We're actively looking for that right now.
No, we have it budgeted though. What do we have it budgeted?
Oh, sorry, at 18,500.
And so what's the rest of this contracted services for?
So for
It's at
for
32.
operator of driftwood cleanup at Glacier is 4,000, and janitorial, it's just a broad comment about janitorial at Lardo.
Sorry, 18,000 for the contract for host at Glacier.
Yes, and security on the May long weekend.
But can you give me those numbers, please, Joe? So 18 for the
That's
host.
18,500 for the Glacier Camp host and security for the May long weekend. Driftwood cleanup at Glacier is 4. And 10 is Lardo, and the note here is janitorial. So that makes up the 32, is it 32.5 in total?
Yep.
And so Ainsworth also has a contractor. Where does that land?
Yeah, I don't see.
So that is actually, we pay that person an hourly rate, so that's in salaries.
Okay, on the driftwood for 4,000, I do need those numbers. I can send a separate email on this one, Joe, but through the Columbia River Treaty work, we're the only reservoir where local government is paying for that driftwood cleanup, and I've been trying to get numbers on those. So if you can just flag that I need to know the numbers over the years on what we're paying for driftwood cleanup at Glacier.
Okay, yes, understood.
Thank you. And I'll note to follow up on that, Joe. And then
Yeah, that's through the chair. That's been a little bit of a sour point with BC Hydro. I can't remember when it was, Amy, it was during when Director Shadrach was the director, that they paid a lump sum amount and said that that's it. They're finished with that support on an ongoing basis.
it's also the lump sum amount that was to cover the ramp at Lardo. It was also the lump sum amount that was supposed to cover all the mosquito abatement we have to do when they do increased releases. It covered a ton of things that
Yeah,
are probably
absolutely.
the actual cost, so I'm not letting it go.
Understood.
And sorry, one more.
Okay, go ahead.
The user fees, I assume that's Glacier Creek camp fees, and I see it's gone from 18,000 to 15,000, but I do know it's one of our most popular parks. So why would that budget be going down, or other details?
Yeah, sorry, so through the chair, it's where, let me just see if I've actually even, if they've finished the actuals yet. But the big thing that we've noticed, the big variable for Glacier Creek right now is the dead is fires. If it is smoky, our revenues drop dramatically. So that is the piece that Carrie's trying to manage in that forecast.
So I guess the compound to that is that if we have it budgeted at 15, but, you know, we have no fires and there's more, then that becomes part of the operating surplus moving into the
Correct.
next budget?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
okay. Thank you for letting me just roll right through all that.
Well, you might as well.
You're so kind, thank you. I think,
Yeah, through the chair, just so you're aware, so Amy, so this year, we just finally got that final accounting of the user fees, 16,637 this year.
yeah, I think it's, the big old guessing game. I think, do you think staying at 15 is a good guess for now?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let's just leave it there. But then given what you just said, because we've got 18 in the budget in the, for last year, so that's going to reduce then the accumulated surplus that's coming forward. Correct?
So, yeah, so through the chair, we've already calculated, we've already taken that into account.
But not in the document that we're looking at. That's where we're disadvantaged right now, is we're looking at a totally different document than you are.
Oh.
So for us to
no,
weigh
sorry.
those changes.
Yeah, no, sorry, through the chair, what I mean is, the surplus that we are showing in the budget right now, we've already taken into account that surplus has already taken that into account. So the surplus that's showing in the 2024 is fairly accurate.
I think what we're missing in this one is the actuals versus what was budgeted, but
Yeah.
you're saying the surplus has already been,
Reconciled?
that's the word.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now we showed a projected 51,612 in the budget. That's what's in there.
Yeah.
And as this is still, like, we're still waiting for the final auditor adjustments.
Yeah.
Right now, this is sitting at 52,305 is the actual right now for surplus. So we actually did a pretty good job a month ago of predicting that. Yeah.
It's at 52, but in the 2024, we have it at 36.
2024 that I am looking at says 51,612.
No,
It's not what our budget says.
it says 36,612.
Oh, sorry, that's one of the things that we've adjusted. So in your budget tonight, it has the surplus projected at 51,612.
Does that change requisition then?
Yeah, so through the chair, so with the changes that we've made, that's what I had just said as we were doing that the requisition amount, not what's showing tonight, but what will be showing after we make the changes from today, will actually be less than 2023.
Yeah.
I'm just not following if the prior year surplus on whatever you're looking at is close to 20 grand more than what we're looking at. But you're saying the requisition is accurate in the budget we are looking at?
So the budget
Okay.
we were looking at is at 263,404. This one right here.
Yeah.
Yes.
After
Which is
the
pretty
changes,
surplus. Sorry, go ahead.
sorry, so through the chair, so after the changes, the budget, so there were a number of changes that happened from the board meeting, yes, on the 17th, and we just removed 14. The budget would be actually maybe a little bit off, but it would be, the requisition amount would be around 250, 255.
I think we're gonna have to have another look at this once we've got all of the changed figures, because it's more surplus was coming in, and then that we're looking at and we've reduced, and it's only changed by 10,000. So that math doesn't work out for me.
Well, no, but through the chair, I have two, like in the one that I'm looking at, the one that you have tonight, you have 2,000 extra in the JCLA.
Yeah.
And so there's a number, and what you see in this budget, so in this one, the community works, the transfer to community services is 77. And that changed to 79 with the board decision last Friday, or was that last Friday or the Friday before? So,
But there's
so
also
those things have all are different in this one from what you're looking at.
So where's the 14,000 difference in the prior surplus to the number you're telling us to the number in this budget? Where does that land? Did he mute himself?
No.
Just thinking.
I'm looking. See, so there's the 2. It's really going to be those pieces. It's for the chair. It's going to be the. What did he must have changed? Expenses look. Oh, through the, I think one of the pieces that changed here, just going to go to grants, I just want to look at that. Yeah, so through the chair, so Amy, you actually noted part of it. So in this budget, it's showing those 2 community development grants as coming in this year. Those actually came in 2023, so those are part of the surplus now, coming forward.
But that's only 8,000 of $14,000 difference.
No, that's right. So it's the 8,000. I changed the grant amount for JCLA by 2.
So then you're at 10,000.
We're at 10,000. And so essentially and then there's the 2,000 from the change at the board for the community services fee for the approval of the position.
So I think I need to ask you, when could we see a reconciled budget that is accurate to the numbers? And I don't expect it tonight, but when can we see that before the March board meeting?
Sorry, which meeting?
I would like to see this reconciled budget with the correct numbers, not just the changes we made today, but where like our surpluses aren't reflecting what Joe is indicating. And so following all of that just in this conversation, I need a budget with the correct numbers in it. So when could we get that budget and before the March board meeting? Because at the March board meeting, we don't get this detail.
Yeah, through the chair, the again, the entire budget will be ready the week before the March board meeting, unless what's difficult to say right now is what level of changes come out of all the public meetings. But our plan currently is to have it out the week prior. If you're looking for some detail on an individual service, like say based on after today's meeting and Joe updates his plan, we can certainly provide an updated budget on a service by service basis. But all of our surpluses will probably not be reconciled fully until after the end of this week, at least.
So then I do want a detailed budget, and if it has to wait till after this week, that's fine. But
Okay.
before we go to the March board meeting, because that financial plan doesn't include these details, and it's in these details where we need to follow the numbers. So I would like the detailed completed budget anytime before the March board meeting, and sent to Susan and I, which I think you would do anyways.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Yes.
So through the chair, what I'll do, actually, after finish getting grilled, I will,
Don't look at it like that, Joe.
I'll reprint this out. It's okay, I'm just teasing. And I will note the changes on an Excel sheet. It's not going to be pretty like we get when Yem and Matt do the budget, but I think it'll give you, it'll help. And you can just let me know if it doesn't.
Well, I think in the format that we're looking at with the correct numbers is sufficient. Yeah.
Absolutely. I can figure out capital to operations moving forward. I'd like us to be a little more clear about which is which, but we don't need to do that at this time. But for next year, let's try and be very specific about what's an operation and what's a capital grant, because that helps me know what I can pull and do with grants.
Yeah, and through the chair, we do like that detail. I tried, if I get a capital, I do try to separate that out for you so you can see it. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, let's see some of those reserves.
All right. So we're good with this?
I'm good with that. Thank you for so much levity to ask so many questions. And Joe, and welcome to the world of being grilled. Would you like to come? I know you know what it's like.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, the Castle end was easy. I gave you money back.
So through the chair, I just got to say, it's been kind of interesting. Last week I had Jim Gustafson in a meeting, and today I've got Linda, so I've got two former bosses.
Ooh, did we ask how he's doing, Linda? No, don't. He's great. Joe's awesome. The numbers aren't his fault.
Nope.
So,
All right. Well,
so
thanks
thank
very
you.
much, Joe.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else for me, so I'll get working on this and I'll send that to you, and you should have it before the end of this meeting.
Perfect.
Joe,
Good.
can
Thanks,
I put
everyone.
your way that doesn't need an answer right now?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amy, I didn't quite catch that.
Can I just ask you to follow up on the request from Lardo for the water trucks
Oh.
and the fire trucks? I haven't seen a response on that, and so if I can just give that to you to please follow up and let me know. But you don't need to give me an answer right here.
Okay, I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't get for
For the Meadow Creek Hall, the water trucks?
Not the Meadow Creek Hall. I'll email you, Joe.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, bye. Okay. Here. Right, fire. We didn't actually, because there was no change, and I didn't realize that you had wanted to make changes to the fire budget. And I pulled it out of our last meeting.
Oh, we don't even have the budget. I need to.
No, it's not attached. It's, I pulled it out of our last meeting.
Yeah, and it had to do with some UBCM. there was something to do with UBCM grant or something that didn't come through, or anyway, nothing has changed with the fire services.
Oh, but I do want to make changes to that budget. So I just saw it on the agenda and didn't realize it wasn't going to have a staff person or an actual budget. So how can we do that? This is our last meeting.
They contacted me to see if, because nothing had changed from the December meeting, if they needed to be here. So I contacted the chair. So
And I said no, because I didn't, yeah,
I
sorry.
had sent an email shortly after the last meeting indicating the things I wanted to review, and fire was a part of that.
Okay,
And I'd sent it to everybody.
sorry, we missed that. Can we,
pull up the fire budget? Yeah, can you pull up the fire services budget and put it on the screen?
Through the chair, it'll just take me a minute to locate it and bring it up. Okay, sec.
the last one, but it turns out it's all sideways. I can't read it.
Now that we're in East Grove, we could just, I mean, this is the first one, but
Yeah.
for future meetings, we can just go to the previous.
Oh,
one.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't know who's responsible for putting it in eScribe, but it's way easier.
Thank you, Christine.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure, for us too, so glad it's there.
Good. Well, can we, while that's happening, maybe we can move on to the emergency services budget? Because I did see Dan was on here, might as well utilize his time effectively. So Dan, if you want to, did you have things that you wanted to change in the emergency services budget, or did you want Dan to just run through it?
Well, I wanted us to look at it because our rate per thousand is specific to a sub-region, but the overall budget is determined at the board. So I do have a couple questions. I don't know that we can change things at this sub-regional level.
Right.
And now I'm not able to pull up the budget, but I mean, my main question is the allocation model, and are we going to change that to be regional and not sub-regional?
Through the chair, the question is whether or not we would change it. I think Yev would be better positioned to speak to something like that. But he's probably busy hunting through Unit 4. I'm happy to talk about any questions you have regarding the budget.
Unfortunately, my computer is very slow and I can't pull it up.
Oh.
I'm going to try Village of Caslow instead.
So,
Go ahead, Dan.
Through the chair, Director Watson, what you're asking about, if I'm understanding correctly, is to be able to split between Village of Caslow and Area D, and right now it's just lumped. Is that?
No.
No.
What I'm talking about is that this all gets put into an A101 consolidated service.
Yeah.
Where rate per thousands are based on sub-regional considerations, not on a regional service. So it should be the same rate per thousand no matter where you live. So Nelson should be paying the same rate per thousand. Sorry, scrap that, because Nelson is doing something completely different. Area E, Area D, the Village of Caslow, we should all be paying the same rate per thousand. And the last time I was able to look at the rate per thousand, which unfortunately this budget does not provide, we all pay different amounts. And that's where I'm asking, when are we going to harmonize that rate per thousand? Because it is a regional service. It's not a sub-regional service. Like, unless I can change this budget at a sub-regional level, I should not be having sub-regional rate per thousands. They should be regional ones. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It's something that is not 100% visible to me, and a lot of that gets navigated through the chair, navigated through the finance committee. So Yev might be better positioned to speak about that. I don't actually see all the requisition separations and divisions other than what lands in the finance document that I get at the end.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not 100% familiar with all the how the allocations work, but just looking at last year's budget, it looks like S162 had the lowest rate per thousand of the emergency planning services.
Well, I'm not looking for the lowest amount, I'm looking for the equitable amount.
Yeah, so
It's lowest because we had a lower assessment. This year it's gonna be higher because our assessment went up, and regardless, the point is an equity across the rate per thousand.
okay. Yeah, I can look into that and see what the what the bylaws state and how it's calculated and apportioned.
Okay, I'm just looking at a few others to make sure that I'm not.
And through the chair, if I may, Yev, it looks like what I'm seeing is that the rate per thousand is the same. I might be
Actually-
mistaken, but I believe that this is harmonized and everyone is paying the same.
So that must have changed at some point. I'm sorry, Dan. I am looking as well just through what we got on Friday, and at least Haslo and D are the same.
Yeah.
And B is higher, so there are some different calculations, but the few I looked at were the same. So maybe you can just flag this for, sub-regionally, we can't make that decision, but I think it does merit, similar to transit, what is the allocation model we're using needs to be addressed.
And thank you. And through the chair, one of the things also is that it's going to be changing this year with EDMA. We're looking at a different structuring. Excuse me, at a different structure because we have different, like some of the municipalities are having a different relationship now with the emergency management program, and how that's going to move forward with MEJMOs is going to impact the financial side of it. So if possible, if we can wait like that, I'm seeing this as a bit of a transition year from both a structural standpoint and a financial standpoint consequently. So yeah, it's in motion.
Okay. That makes sense to me. A quick question on the budget. Now I realize this is, this is conversation we would generally have at the full board table, but while we're here, can you just clarify for me, Dan, we have not approved the new EPC, but salaries are up almost 100 grand. Is that just the 6.2%?
There are a few things that are happening in the salary section. So in the salary section, there's a 6.2%. It's actually up 79,000, if my math was right. I might be using an old number, but that's what it was. So there's a 6.2% increase on salaries. There's been a EPC hay review to adjust to align tasks with pay. So the two EPC positions that we currently have, there's been an expanded role for the disaster mitigation and adaptation senior advisor position, which came with a hay review as well, so an adjustment to that particular pay. And there's also been a redesigned approach to the EOC director position. So when somebody steps into the EOC and is a director, if they're me, I have my hourly rate, but if an EPC steps into that role, there's a discrepancy between the level of responsibility and the pay. So I've made, it's a bit of it's like a wage balancing buffer, so that there's an extra $18,000 in that particular salary line that didn't used to be there, that may or may not end up getting used, but it's the idea that if an EPC steps into my role, they would bump up to my hourly rate, as well as my budgetary, well, not mine, but the idea that we have an increase and a specific role for the EOC director that people take on temporarily, which includes a pay rate that's more equitable. So that's the salary increase piece.
Okay, that makes sense. And I do appreciate the hay review. I do know that that's an important piece to retaining staff. If an EPC steps into the EOC director role, is that covered by EMBC? I know we have to budget for it, but is that not an EMBC cost at that time, minus benefits and overtime?
No, and through the chair, unfortunately not. From their standpoint, it's during their regular hours, it's during so if they're doing overtime, yes, that at that point, it becomes an incremental cost that can be covered by EMCR. However, if it's during normal business hours and part of their normal work, no, there isn't a differentiation that happens there. Or, sorry, there isn't a reimbursement that comes from EMCR. This is a pure equity piece. So again, a retention piece and an equity piece when the people step into it. And it builds that resilience and just long-term sustainability of those roles so that we don't have to have SMT always step into the director role. So right now it's like, for example, myself, Nora, Uli, Sangeeta, and if an EPC can step into that role, then it just increases how many people we can have in that leadership role as EOC director.
That makes sense.
Yep.
I don't have to go reserves, but.
I was just gonna make sort of a funny comment, because during that last few minutes, we had an alphabet soup happening, EOC,
Oh.
EPC. I understand them all, but if anybody is on listening, and EMBC, like
Thank
we
you.
live in the acronym world, and there were like 5 of them thrown in there that a lot of people would not know what they mean and might feel embarrassed to ask. So I don't know whether that's something that's on the list, but it would be, I don't know how you can capture what our wonderful acronyms mean for the general public.
Through the chair, I love it. Yes, and I apologize. I'm just more impressed that I have acronyms now. I'm long enough in the job. Pretty excited. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be publishing soon an emergency management framework, and we did put a lexicon at the front end that has all our acronyms.
Okay, excellent. All right,
Through the chair, can I don't know if this is the place to do, but I'd love to just add one little piece that hasn't been asked about, but just in terms of the shift to S162 and why there has been an increase in the requisition. So there is a piece that's connected to the increase in the A101 consolidated budget. And I want to also flag that Crescent's relationship to the emergency management program has shifted this year. So they've pulled out from, so the services that they're getting now is emergency support services, exactly like Nelson does, as well as access to our EOC map. But for the rest of the work, they have their own EPC, they have their own EOC this year. So the requisition that we used to get that from them has decreased quite significantly, which has then been reallocated across all the other services and jurisdictions.
okay.
Which gives a little more information, which isn't really written anywhere. So I took the opportunity to share that.
I was gonna ask, I did meet Tanya, the new EPC. She said
Yeah.
that last Thursday, she was day 3 in the role.
I didn't know we had an EPC.
Yeah, and so obviously she serves Caslo Area D because she was on our meeting. What is her catchment area for service?
Currently, she will, through the chair, she will be taking on all of Stefan Kutsu's former region. So it'll be essentially everything on this side of the mountain / lake. And just to clarify that, I'm hoping to make changes that our EPCs are not just geographically based like that there's more sharing that's happening within the team so that it's more of a shared model where if Tanya weren't available, we're not canceling a meeting, somebody else can go, and that there's a wider understanding across the entirety of the region as opposed to sub-regionalization. But you'd have that one relationship most likely more with Tanya, just from a proximity standpoint.
All right, okay, thanks. And Amy didn't know, or Director Watson didn't know that we had hired Tanya. And it's Walls, right? Is that her last name?
Sorry?
Her last name is Walls?
Through the chair, her name is Tanya Pauls, Pauls. And apologies if you didn't know, Director Watson, the way that it typically works from my understanding is that I send an announcement to staff, and the CAO will either send it to the board to their discretion or announce it at the following board meeting. So you hear about it in whenever that is, the next board meeting, a few weeks.
Okay. Yeah, and I wasn't at the emergency services meeting because I was at Columbia River Treaty meeting, so that would have been a place I probably would have known. It's not a big deal. I don't want to talk too much about the rate per thousand and Preston pulling out because that's a board conversation. But I do want to ask about the reserves. We have a contribution to reserves in 2024 of 9,600. Can you tell me what the total reserve is available for this service right now?
Through the chair, I hope Yev could say that. I don't have that information.
Sorry, which service?
We're on A101.
A101. $14,000.
That's our total reserve for this service. This sub-region is putting 9,600 in alone.
Okay, that's what I show for A101, and I would have to get the so through which service is the sub-region making a contribution?
S162.
I don't see it on documents I pulled up.
Well,
Through the chair, if I may, I don't see that in S162, Director Watson. If from the one that the budget that I did send you, I believe the only contribution to reserves that we're making are specifically to. I'd have to go back and check my notes, and I can get this information. But is for replacement of ESS trailers over time, which is pretty much the only kind of equipment that we're long-term replacing at this point.
yeah,
So the
and-
contribution is
sorry,
959,000.
sorry, through the chair, 162 has a reserve balance of $2,200 at the end of 2023.
So you're looking at the overall consolidated, or the 9,600?
Whatever budget was in, oh, there's 162.
Yeah.
So we have an increase if we look at 162 from roughly 50,000 to 71,000 for this service. So a $21,000 increase, and we have not yet discussed the new position. I don't discount the demands on this service. Frankly, I'd like to scrap the cap plan and half the stuff we do in those services and put it all to this service, if I can be frank. And now I'm just looking at the overall reserves. If we have 2,200 in reserves, I'd like to use that towards requisition in 162.
Through the chair, if I could just clarify process, Christine, do you capture that kind of thing, or should I be capturing that and working with Matt for these kinds of requests? I can't hear you, Christine.
I usually capture the direction, staff direction. So if it's a staff direction, I'll capture it. Conversation back and forth, unless there's a staff direction, I don't.
So this direction to use reserves?
I guess my question would be, what would we be using reserves for typically in this service? Why would we have them?
Through the chair, the reserves, as I've learned them so far, and Yev may have more background to it, there are two things that we use reserves for, primarily specifically to A101 is our ESS trailers. So we have trailers that have equipment within them, and they can be used throughout the regional district to transport equipment wherever we're going to need it. Those will eventually need to be replaced, and we do put, I can get you the exact numbers, but we do $7,000 a year goes into reserves for that. And then their overall from how do we call that? The fleet. Thank you for myself. So contribution to reserves for our fleet. So full RDCK fleet, $2,600 a year, this year at least.
Okay, but we're talking specifically S162 to try and reduce that. If there is a specific reserve for 162, what would it be used for?
And it's at 2,173 according to the documents Stuart emailed.
Yeah, through the chair, it looks like all the S167, 58, 59, 62, 63 all have the same reserve balance. So I'm not sure why those are, I don't know the history behind why those were set up and why the balances are as they are.
Through the chair, I'm wondering if it might have been just something that's legacy from building the EOC, and that ended like in 23. So I don't know if that's where that's coming from. I could also I could check with Matt Friesen as well. Yeah.
Through the chair, I sent Matt a note 3 minutes ago.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think that the 162 reserve at 2,000 is not super significant, but when we have reserves, it would be great to understand, is that the A101 reserve and that's a part of that total, or is this a legacy item that's just sitting in a budget? If it's a legacy item sitting in the 162 budget, then my request would be it goes against requisition and we clear it, because the reserve should be through A101. And we do have a contribution in the A101 of 9,600 this year. So requisition is already including that.
Through the
And
chair,
it's-
thank you.
And just going back to the overall increase, because I'm sorry, I was looking at the A101, not the 162. So a $20,000 increase in our sub-regional component, that is specifically, again, going back to the hay review, the CPI. We haven't actually increased staffing, but we're readjusting the rates based on the hay review. Is there anything else that we have changed in emergency planning that would account for that $20,000 increase?
Was that the question pulling out?
Through the chair, so I believe Director Watson was asking, in addition to those changes. So in addition to those changes, there is an annual increase to my general overhead costs that does happen. So IT, admin, rent, that sort of stuff that's also gone up. I made an adjustment to health and safety PPE. We were lacking PPE for our emergency program coordinators going into the field. I'm hoping to get a CEPF grant, but because it's health and safety, I have to get it. If we get the CEPF grant, it'll go down. It's only about $4,000. We've also adjusted, I forget which account, I'd have to go back and look, but adjusted the use of GIS. What GIS has come back to us with is they've come and told us that there's much more time that they're needing to use, or the EOC is needing to use much more of their time, as well as the emergency program. So we've gone to a 0.25 FTE for this year, which is $31,000. There's a carryover of $10,000 for an ESS IT grant in there that will disappear after this year, and that's fully funded. There was the EDMA workshop associated costs between stipends and expenses. And because we have an an EPC position, I included some moving expenses that wouldn't normally be there for our to be able to hire somebody from outside. Those are the major changes.
Okay, well, we can't really make changes to this budget at the sub-region. I think the only item we'll move forward on in direction of staff is the 2,000 in reserves in 162. And once we get that info, if we do it over email between Mayor Hewitt and I, we can make a change. If that does come back as a legacy item, then I'll make a motion by email to move that against 162 requisition.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
So I think that's it for emergency services. Other than, I'll just reiterate that this is where way more of our resources need to be going, and we need to not be doing a climate action plan that does not change anything about what we do. That's my political statement for the day. Emergency services needs way more resources, and as does planning. That's where we make a difference.
I don't know whether we've, to deal with fire services, do you want to just note the changes that you want to introduce and then perhaps?
I need to see the budget to know where the changes are that I would
Right.
make.
Okay, so you've been able to pull up that budget?
Through the chair, yes, and there was actually a small change from December to the current budget, so I'll pull up the current budget.
If you can email it, it's actually easier than doing it on the screen, because then I can.
Okay, I've pulled up, I've got basically the document from the website. The consolidated budget. So I don't know if you have that available. It's on page 204 of the consolidated budget. Oh, sorry, wrong. I'm on the wrong. I need to jump back to S280.
Yeah, I've got it on page 190 from the special meeting. Is that the one you would be looking at?
No, it's the one was posted on the website on Thursday.
Oh,
Under the finance.
It's not through the financial reports.
Yes, the financial reports.
Sorry, where is it on our website, Gav?
Okay, so you go to administration, reports and documents, financial reports.
So we have it there even though it's draft? Oh yeah, it says draft. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
And what page am I looking at?
And the page we are looking at is page 193.
Okay, so it's about a $40,000 increase, which is more than the last budget I looked at. So what's the big increase? We have a staff increase that is about $30,000. Is that about, and then the rest is in benefits? Is that where the main increase is?
Through the chair, yeah, those look like the main increases. The requisition is actually $2,000 less than the December budget. The December budget had a 479 requisition. This has 477. So a slight decrease in requisition.
It's really hard to do budgets this way. All I have is the Area D portion to know what the rate per thousand is. So, sorry, I gotta go back to my notes. So the December total that I had was 479,144. It's now 477. So it's gone down by 2,000. That's what you just said, yeah.
Yes.
And the increase is predominantly salaries and benefits, which we were anticipating because we now have an FTE for a fire chief. Am I following that correctly?
Yes, through the chair, yes.
Okay. Given this the second biggest increase to Area D requisition, and it does have to do with assessments, which we can't control. What I want to be able to do is put a $25,000 grant into this service to reflect Area D's overall increases at 17%. So bear with me while I'm trying to figure out how to get that down. And so I can't put a $25,000 grant into the reserve because it's not transparent, even though I know that we have a truck to buy in 2 years. Where is the other place I could put this that would not be operations? Because then it just needs to be replaced next year, but equipment, vehicles, where's the best place to put that?
Through the chair, what type of grant?
It's a community development, so
Community
I know we
development.
don't qualify for community work, so it's pretty flexible. I still want it to be on operations for staffing.
Yeah, so through the chair, so that would likely be the vehicle purchase there that's slotted in for 110. So if there was a grant added, well, see, that would just reduce the transfer from reserves.
But then you could reduce our contribution to reserve by 25,000, and that would affect requisition.
Right, yes.
So essentially what I want to do is a $25,000 community development grant to service S280 to reduce requisition and to have it be applied to capital expenses.
Okay, that's 280, so 25,000. Okay. From area D. So reduce contribution to reserve by 25,000. Sorry, contribution to reserve by 25,000.
Yes, but Stuart did indicate that we have to find an item it specifically relates to. I can't just put 25,000 into the reserve fund. And so
No, sorry. Yeah, so I'm
Okay.
just, yeah, so the 25,000 would go towards the purchase of the vehicle.
yes,
I'm just making notes for what line items need to be adjusted.
okay. And also, I never know which staff know how that works, but the fire service has to apply to community development area D. So I don't write that application.
Okay,
And we have a new fire chief. They probably need to be informed of that. So an email with a copy to me and I can take it over in
okay,
terms of the communications.
okay.
Do you agree with this?
Yeah.
Benefits.
But you're fine that it also benefits council, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say benefits council, so I don't think you have a problem with it, but, yeah, that could only go to the area B portion of requisition. Can't do that, but I don't have a problem supporting Castle, it's the overall. We can stop selling houses at $1 million that are only worth 500,000, this would be a little easier.
All right. So they'll have to do their magic to find out where it can go, because if it goes specifically to vehicles, yeah, that's a,
It is.
glad you're doing it.
Yeah, that is one I had talked to Stuart about, and so if you can just check in with him about where that lands, because the fire truck the purchase doesn't happen this year either. So Stuart was specific about how that needed to be done, but I can't find the line item it applies to. I think I've exhausted all my questions at this time. I'm good.
Right. Okay, so that brings us to the end then, but I just wanted to ask Linda if she had any questions at this time.
None at this time, no. No.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so then that brings us to public time. If any members of the public have questions, can you please unmute and then state your name and ask your question?
public is unmuted, but they're not saying anything, or we can't hear them if they're speaking.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the public? All right, then hearing none. Our next meeting is scheduled for August 19th at 10 a.m. And I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So we are now adjourned at 11:24. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. See you guys tonight.
Yeah, are you coming in person or,
Yes, I'll be there in person.
okay, and did you, were you gonna just do your presentation through, you're gonna share it through WebEx?
Yes, so there's a WebEx link on the website, so I'll share it through that.
Okay.
Yeah, same, I guess, same setup as last year.
All right,
But we do have someone appointed as chair, not formally, but to do the intro and whatnot. So can you and I just determine who that is, and we can let you know when he gets here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thanks. See you tonight. Yeah, drive
And-
safe.
Thanks.
at what
Okay.
time were you going to be here, just so,
5:30-ish.
okay,
So
All
between
right.
5:30 and 1:45, just give me enough time to set up, make sure everything's working.
all right.
Yeah,
Okay, and had you replied to Catherine's email about that?
no,
Any
not
requirements?
not yet. I'll reply right after this meeting.
All right, perfect. All right, we'll see you later.
Okay, see you guys
Good night.
later.
Thanks, Christine.
Bye.
All right,
Bye.
bye.
extreme, and no, I wouldn't support that, okay, keep going. So they would have to like give me an example of one of the posts that they find objectionable, because no, because I don't. I'm focusing on right now is our local government, the budget is being passed right now. And so we are posting information that we have been collecting, because we're again in high double-digit taxation, and there is no accountability from the CAO in providing the proper documents to directors. I'll give you an example. Well, but yeah, and that's all I don't go into chemtrails, I don't go into anything. I'm focused on BC Nurses Union and local government. Yes. Well, I actually had a phone call chat with Glenn Bottle, who is the regional out here, right? Very, very nice, but not, I mean, he's overseeing 4 ridings here, and, like, I emailed Angelo, Connor, and Tara 10 days ago, and said, you know, I put in my application beginning of December. Is it possible to get some kind of update or feedback on this? We're talking 2.5 months now. And there was no response to that email. And I thought, how is this even considered professional? So I've had absolutely no contact from those 3. And then I'm getting flack from my regional association because, you know, I'm not a team player because I won't go on the board. But I said to Glenn, that's because Rosalind told me if you're a candidate, you can't be on the board. So, and he's like, well, I didn't know that. And I'm like, so you guys are like criticizing and judging me because you don't have the information. And so I'm running into this, you know, my regional association is still, you know, not supporting me, and they're judging me on things that they're not informed. And so between them and then the party, and then Glenn has the gall to say to me, if you don't get elected to be the candidate, are you still going to support this party? Because, you know, I'm personally tired of trying to support people, and then when it doesn't go their way, they walk away. And I'm of the same opinion of you. If this party isn't willing to take people like me on, then what is it really? And how can I support it? and, you know, I've already made a stand on what issues I will not compromise on. And so I believe I am intelligent enough not to blow stuff up. But, I mean, I actually think my expertise is not the nurse thing, it's what I'm discovering on the local government level and what's transpiring between provincial levels and local levels, and what we're all discovering with how our money is being mismanaged, and you know, the corruption that we're saw in the union. This is, in fact, I've just got my team voting today on hiring Lex to go through the RDCK's financial statements here, because if we can uncover a pattern here that other regional district, you know, other communities can then access his skill too, I think we're gonna uncover a whole other layer of corruption that's going on. So, I mean, those are things that, that and I put in my application to the fight with the union, those are two things I will not walk away from. So, well, I actually haven't hardly been posting anything, mostly because, yeah, they're shadowing me. I don't get through anyway, so it's, the other, what's the other thing I need to bring up? Okay, so you've heard about these Empower BC meetings? Or no? No, this was initially, I think they called it conserving common sense. A couple of ladies from Alberta who were, yes, Benita. Okay, so I've gone on to a few of the meetings and found them extremely beneficial. So one of the speakers was a young woman, Alexandra Carlisle. She's 30 years old, but she is trained in running campaigns. So she gave a presentation that was big campaigns. So for any campaign, municipal, provincial, school board, whatever. So she was a wealth of knowledge in terms of what you need to develop a team, the different roles, what you need to be looking at in your writing, your demographics, blah, blah. So she just gave okay, so let me finish here. So then I contacted this Alexandra myself personally and said to her, look, I'm not a candidate. However, I'm concerned about the time frame in that, you know, whoever is called as a candidate here, and if I just want to be somewhat prepared. So I need assistance in developing communication that would highlight policy, but clearly communicate to the public and it be ready for printing and for social media. So she sent me a 16-page questionnaire, which I filled out, and she did this whole analysis of every community in this riding and just sent it to me. Now, I had said to her, look, I want it stepped. I want just sort of an initial communication because I don't want to put a lot of money into this. Anyway, she sent me all this information and just basically it said at some point, if I'm the candidate and that they would consider hiring her to assist in this process. Otherwise, she's gonna do this 10-hour workshop in March where people can get information for $150 each. And if I can get people connected up with this, it would help with my costs, but she's focusing on the conservative population. So she just sent me 15 pages of all the demographics, which population is, what issues, the rental versus homeowner, like all this information, and has created a whole communication strategy for me. Now, she said that she is trying to approach Connor and Angelo about allowing her team to get on board with this party because she sees that they don't have the manpower to push this forward. And if the party is willing to hire her, then she can take over the job of training all of the candidates on how to run a campaign, all the rules around everything, provide, just all the training. So, but again, if they're not even answering my emails, are they going to answer her? Because this is important to bring people like this on who can equip anyone who is a candidate and in how to run their campaign, because it's not enough to just become a candidate. You have to know how to get the public to know who you are, right? So anyway, I'm just giving you this information because there is assistance if we can bypass Angelo and Connor. Well, she would prefer to have a formal relationship with the party because her skill level will increase donations. Just the way that things get structured and move forward, it will increase donations. And then from that, then she can get paid. So, I just don't see any other way of actually creating a party that is going to be able to, go the whole length and pull this off. Like, I've talked to just a couple of, who were candidates already, and they just have no idea what to do next, right? Alexandra Carlisle. I don't know what all the connections are, but that's what her training is, and she's creating her own business to address the. Yes. Yeah, you know what, the speakers that she has brought on to those Zoom meetings have been fantastic. So it's unfortunate that, you know, again, they're just shooting themselves in the foot by not accessing whatever resources they can. Yeah, and you know what, I'll forward you the package that she's already put together for me. And then, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and she's just, you know, she's starting her business and, you know, like I said, for all of us who are clueless, having at least somebody provide the next 10 steps, is necessary, so. And then, you know, I just want you to know that I'm taking personal responsibility, you know, on my own, trying to get prepared, knowing that there is the potential that it may not happen, but I'm still willing to put the resources into trying to make sure that I am as equipped as possible and provide this information back, right? So, you, none of us can control the decisions that they're gonna make. And, I just know that if they don't choose me, they have that option, whatever is destined for my path will unfold. And so, you know, then I have to look at, okay, so I'm not chosen, that's fine. Maybe there is the potential that now it's time to build a different party, or I don't know. I don't see what the next step is, but this will not stop me. Well, yeah, because if you have people that are knowledgeable and committed, they will just find another outlet for that, right? So do you wanna compete with them or not, you know? Yeah. 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 All right, it does, I felt, you know, I was curious how I was gonna feel when I got back here. And the only way I can describe it is coming back into this province, it just feels like a vacuum, like something is just sucking all the life force out of you. It took me like a week to be able to sort of feel that I could get my energy, you know, productive again. We are doing a lot of work right now, with the regional district, because they have consistently blocked recording meetings, recording votes. We've all downloaded streaming photos onto our laptops, and we've created a YouTube page where we are recording every meeting online and putting it on YouTube. And then we go through these meetings, and so we are discovering things like, you know, their forecasting, another tax increase of between 12 and 20%, which is that's 30 in a row, so for us in 3 years, that's up 40%. And then we find out that, the chief administrative officer, the rules are that they don't have to show the directors all the surplus funds left over before the budget is voted on. And so we have been communicating to the public, look, you have to attend these public meetings that are going on right now, and you have to demand that they tell you what they think the surplus is. Because, for instance, today I was listening to one where they have, like in this small account, $400,000 surplus. Well, they can take some of that to offset increased taxation. But unless you're like pushing that, they're not giving that information freely. Like, so, I mean, that's just one example. No, because the issue is we vote the directors in, and they have one employee, the chief administrative officer. Then the chief administrative officer oversees all the staff. And this, you know, in our case, this guy used to be a forensic accountant with KPMG. He knows how to play money. Now, we've noticed things like, so the wage increase, we tracked it from 2017 till now, it's up 76%. But what they do is they, so there was a newspaper article that said invoice management, so in the garbage dumps, they can't keep staff in there. And so the result was they decided to create 3 more management positions, which is costing $288,000. So what they admitted that what they do is they create these job positions, budget for it, increase taxes to pay for it, even though there's nobody in that job. Okay, so that is the kind of stuff that we're uncovering. And then also, it's the whole how the provincial government is downloading the enforcement of the Emergency Act through local government and all the increased costs. And our directors are just taking the position that we're gonna do whatever the province tells us. But we have a letter from Thompson Nicola Regional District who was like, no, we're not. This is totally outside of our legislative authority. This is not our jurisdiction. We do not have the financial or the human resources to start implementing all this regulation that the province wants to bring in. And so now, they're fighting back, but our crew doesn't. So we have to hold them accountable. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm involved in right now. In ours, 20. Every regional district's different. Elected directors. Yeah. Yeah. So the regional district is the umbrella that all local government is under. So you're gonna have a representative from every municipality, so city, town, village. So they have their elected council, and then usually it's the mayor, or if the mayor doesn't want to, they'll appoint a city councillor. And then we have 9 areas that are outside of all municipalities that there's a director for each area. So it covers the whole region, which is pretty well the same boundaries that our riding is in. So the community that I'm already working with is pretty well the same property or area that is in the riding. Just through going to the meetings and emails and stuff, not as a personal acquaintance. We currently have, out of the 20, maybe on a good day, 5 that are supporting all of the things that we're bringing to the table. So that board, historically, for decades, has had no accountability because meetings haven't been recorded and votes are not recorded. And so they've just been carte blanche in whatever they want. Now we're showing up, now we're recording their meetings, now we are highlighting every time something happens that shouldn't happen. We email them and we let them know that I have set up an online email distribution list, so we're letting the public know. So it's creating more pressure on them, right? But just the level of, we're starting to recognize that there's a whole bunch of invisible financial transactions that are going on that you cannot find in the financial statements. So that's why it's like, okay, now we need lights to come in and see if we can see something like that. Well, it's just when you start to understand that relationship between local government and provincial government and how they control, because the money that comes into local, only part of it is from taxation. All the rest is from grants, and those grants come with conditions and restrictions, and that's how the province controls them. If you want this money, then you have to use it for this, and you have to implement the climate action plan in order to get it. That's the stuff that's going on. we have, I have like 700 on the email list. Our core group is probably about 20 people that are like putting in, well, anywhere from 10 to 30 hours a week. Volunteer. No, I do that to them separately. I bet you get opportunity with 20% women. They have to show up if they aren't able to come, they have to send their alternate. So it's mandatory, yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's all incestuous. That is the word I'm using. It is incestuous. Yeah. I think for the public, they just started becoming aware of all of this with the pandemic, and then for here it was the implementation of this kind of action plan. So I mean, one of the things that we recorded was one of the recent board meetings. They actually had the senior energy specialist for the regional district come on and give a presentation to the board. And so the board asked her, you've been implementing this climate action plan since 2018. Can you tell us what improvements we have made in the greenhouse gas emissions so that we can see if this has been a benefit? And she couldn't produce anything. So they said, well, how are you monitoring this? Because it's quite a cost that there's five positions associated with this whole climate action plan. And they're creating regulation and all sorts of things, the building code, the retrofits that the assets have to have here. This is turning into a very expensive proposition. And so then when the directors were asking, how are you calculating the carbon emissions? Well, we sort of have this modeling computer program, and we use the utility bills, but we haven't really added up last year's utility bills yet. And so they said, so you actually cannot tell us if there's been any improvement in this in the last 6 years. And she said no. She came across as uninformed, dumb, not equipped, and this is the level, and these people, some of them are getting paid up to $150,000 a year in these positions. And so this is why we've been recording now all this, because now we have evidence that when you're implementing this stuff, and then your own staff can't even give credibility to what you're pushing the public to engage in. And plus this whole climate action plan gives them the reason that they keep implementing this carbon tax, right? And so, I mean, my last bill, my carbon tax was more than and currently they're charging $60 a, I forget the term of what they use for the measurement. Anyways, they are saying by 2030, it will be up to $176 it's per ton. So they're charging $60 per ton right now, and they've already got in the Clean DC that they will be shooting to get to $176 per ton, which means just the tax alone is going to be 3 times what it is now. So if my $100 gas bill is $100 for the gas, the carbon tax on that bill will be $400. So that, you know, they're using this bogus climate action agenda to give a foundation to this climate tax, which is what is going to kill us. Because that tax, that carbon tax, is adding on costs for your food production, for your distribution, so trucking it, the costs of heating stores, all of any cost associated with food, every step of that production process will be paying this carbon tax. It is not sustainable. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the path they're using, and so that's why we're fighting so hard on this climate action plan, trying to discredit it, trying to stop. And now the building code around here as of May, they're trying to totally eliminate natural gas heating. So every new build will have only electric heating sources for heating and for hot water. And as you know, we don't produce enough electricity now. So within a few years, it's going to be the same as this housing issue where you don't have enough housing, you keep bringing in immigrants, you put this pressure on, nobody can afford it. It's the same with now the electrical demands that they're creating this huge need for it, or forcing everyone to have to use it. They can't produce enough, and so within a few years, the expense that it will cost and the ability to access it is going to be gone. Like it's just, yeah. Yes. Yeah. So that's been my license to them. You shouldn't ask, because I can go for hours. Okay. All right. I Sounds like you're my armor bearer. You're gonna make sure I don't go anywhere without being protected. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Because we're actually problem solvers. We actually create solutions to problems. So that's our superpower. I gotta go. I'm having two of my kids are having birthdays and everybody's coming to supper and I still haven't even gone to the store to get stuff.
Well, it's, I was, the same way I was talking to, and I was thinking, you know, about your people from Australia, people who are staying here, you know, it's one of those things where, hey, she's been here by me. And I'm so tired of that. And, that's kind of the incentive of this class on Friday. It gives me a reason to find Fridays. Right. It gives me the incentive to stick around, and the deal is, I'm so tired of, oh, you should be here. It's great weather, you should be here in Husky. Yeah. It was good before you came, but now it's not. If you park it, you're gonna get something. And that's, and I like it now. I like the accommodation. I was intrigued by that act though that you. Isn't that a good idea? That's a very good idea. Yeah, I know. I have tons of good ideas that solve all the problems. I don't have the skill. So, you know, you find something to do, we all get cut. I asked you about the next step, let's say, we just get that. Well, you need the operating system first. Yeah, I can. He would do the program because, yeah, I'm sure he was, battle between, here's what software is, between, you know, the niceties, the user friendly, you know, the user. You know, that. Well, I mean, one basic, pick which currency you want in there, and then whatever it really is, that's what you see, so that you're not surprised when you get to the total. There's just so many things that, so like my parents, moved. Oh, can I show you some pictures? Please, can I show you some pictures? Did I show you any pictures? Yeah. You have heard stories about it. Yeah. Story. So, okay, one big thing that happens here is every time you, sell and so then they love this operating into the national level society, and so you share society. And it's like, so why have more people in a position where they actually can purchase, you know, share something without all of this added cost? Anyway, on a tangent, we need you first to see pictures before you start telling me the story. Okay, so that's the case. That was after we started. Like that. So that was that, and then this, property, which is out, whenever you go to speed, just on the way outside of town, you're gonna see this old building with this like barricade in front of it. That was his property. Is that where the house is? No, that's another order. So there's 3 lots there. Did you sell that too? I did
bay garage. Every single bay is like that, so 4 basements, so like that. There's a house, 2 houses, and semi, another shop, all that. Okay? And then this was the outside. So then they buy this condo. They could manage it all. So it's whatever you have there, but you're. So it starts off with targeting. So, I mean, you can order one and then they'll just totally pay for it. So we finally get a moving truck because it was canceled. And then my father says to my mother, because they had a gap of time when they could be their house, they hadn't sold yet, and they could get it together. So they were doing this rich farm. Yeah. So we get the love that it's constructed, then my dad was behind. So, mom goes, I'm just gonna go with them. We're not doing 2 moves, so, no, that's not happening. Yeah. So then she canceled the truck. So this is what we're, so I'm like, okay, we've got 2 weeks to get the truck. And if you don't, then you have to hire your own people. So she finally, gets another truck. My sister comes to me, and so, oh yeah, the third of the stuff in the house, into the new truck, pack them all up. It's time to go, and my father's like, yeah, hold on. And I'm like, well, you're talking to me. So, and he said this is like, yeah. So we get them over there, and then my mother had, I don't know, but she said, really
got that good of a memory. And I can see that, because a lot of that kind of stuff is past people's identity.
Yeah.
You know? Water.
So then my sister and I go, okay, we want 3,000 each, because that covers both of us for 2 weeks, you know, we thought it was. Oh, yeah, sorry, we went and put all the money into a year. But you had no intention of doing anything, and so you come out of this like.
I was gonna say, after all is said and done, other than being mentally scarred, are you happy it's done?
It's like, this seems to be the time, it seems like where you have to take off the that's kind of the management that I was doing. Anything that no longer serves what the method now has to be removed. And in my case, you know, like, there was a lot of dynamics there that, as a PR, I was doing this job, but I am just really stuck because, you know, I was one of the time you're going to deal with it, even though I have really sick with us.
But that's good, at least one of your sisters. Right.
He's like, you know, he's all that,
That's some good laundry.
October, November, that was after last.
Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah.
We don't do enough of that anymore. So I think they're going to be a good 5 minutes away, but we're on. And you better show how much you appreciate it. We didn't do that to you.
I was, for that same reason, I was pretty happy with, reserve, looking at 2-story. And then this is where we're at, 1 story, so you should check it in. Kind of like, she's I was gonna say, short straw. Is there, Vancouver Island, is that populated? Around Victoria now? Really? Yeah, there's a lot of people from the US that I know have like second row.
Oh, it's just a lot. And the thing with that is it's all surrounded by water,
Yeah.
right? You can't expand.
Right.
So it's just like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because the same thing happened RDCs were set up that they're gonna take the top 10%, that's who they're gonna cater to, graduating class that they help. That's who should go to these schools. Because tuition is dirt cheap, you know? And, when I transferred there, but, we're not in that place, so I went to high school, grade school, stuff, and, but anyway, so it went on for like a long time, and finally they came out and said that, you know, let's say it costs $10,000 a year for tuition for a in-state, Colorado resident, but they would aggressively market to the Chinese because they could get 3 times the amount of tuition, and it's like, and then so I was talking to Steve from he worked at GE and spent like 12 years in Apple. So he was just what's the deal? So I'm looking at my sense of saturation. And it's thinking about that disease, the Texas, or right next to anybody, you know, Beijing, China. It's like the communist country. How the hell did they get out? How did they get out of the country to go to school? And how do they pay the tuition? And I'm going bankrupt. You know, it's like 50 grand a year. And I go, how do they have that money? And he goes, well, I'm going to tell you that there's classes within China, and obviously you're going to the class, but it's considered like Stanford, that's considered, you know, education in the U.S. to be a very prestigious thing. You know, it's like a big trophy thing, and like, you know, our president gave it, you know. So he's sitting there lecturing, this is kind of, I don't know, he's sitting there lecturing the Prime Minister of Israel, you know, what we should do in two-state solution for the Gaza Strip and Palestine. It's like, you know, Joe, just shut up. Because it's not your country, number one, and you don't tell people how to run your country. It's number two. Now, even though you're an egotistical, narcissistic, lying bastard, well, to be honest, it's the same guy about the educational system. His wife, because they're hardcore Republicans. She just goes, you know why you were in? I go, I have no idea. Jill wanted to be the first lady, and she always pretended to show her off. And so she pushed it in there. And I think I mean, you look at who's in there now, it's all on the set. You know, like Lincoln, those other, you know, Hillary, all of that, who's on the Trump person. Oh, yeah. It's just a retread, you know? It's crazy. Well, what about that student beginning to give his $130 billion student loan? I think he's going to get beaten down on that again. Yeah, I could see it for first responders, policemen, firefighters, and the EMS system. Because you're doing community service, and you're doing it. They love what you're doing, but you're paying the price.
They just approved here, PCA for their budget last week. So now they're gonna cover everybody's construction and our first round of IBM. That's a priority, that we're trillions in debt, let's pay for everybody's IBM, which is a direct result of,
What's that?
in vitro fertilization.
So they called the guy out after the phone call, and said, just FYI, you might have forgotten, but I wrote that program, and I developed that, when I first came to Microsoft, and he just took credit for it. And he goes, it's not a big deal to me, because, it's a nothing program, but he at least asserted himself in that. And he goes, sometimes, a department will just mix. No, you're not going to do that, because there's no market for that product. And he goes, I don't know. And
I just remember them recording a meeting upstairs that ended 4 hours ago.
humble too. This is? Yeah.
Laundry room, so. What do your hands smell like? Soap from washing dishes. What is that? That's a scooter.
It's grandma's scooter. I better get those on. Thousands put on. I said, I asked Joe, put it on like just kids and put the whole small one on. You can't do that.
Oh, Lisa?
Yeah.
No, you need to pick the best
I
one.
know, but it's never,
It would take half an hour.
no,
Yeah,
there's thousands of pictures.
yeah. So, you gotta pick it down to your top.
50? Yeah. I just went to one of the ones.
You gotta make one a folder that for your top 50. You did that?
No,
Transfer it over. You gotta keep this way. You go through all of them and it goes up to the middle. And then if you don't count them, but just bring over your favorite favorites, the 1 to 50, then again, it's too many. And then favorite. What do you mean? I'll bring you to now. In half an hour. I'll do it in half an hour. Yeah. Did you delete all the crappy ones first? It'll take half an hour. It will give it to me and I'll delete all the crappy ones.
I don't want to eat them.
Oh, how come you're not crying anymore? Huh? 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 Great job, baby. Because mommy's there?
Yeah, it's good. Mommy's there. Hey.
Do I have a candy? I don't have a candy, but I'm looking for. So, birthday.
You're the So I can just pick the ones, I pick the numbers, I was picking all the numbers.
I know, I'm just trying to figure out where to start. Stop moving. I know that, I'm looking.
Yeah, see there, those 5,000. Then you just start to see what your plan comes up.
Yeah, and then what are you gonna do with that? They need to be on your page. I'm going to
And
make,
then you,
leave it, let me do it.
that's why I've got all these numbers.
That's not helpful. Trying to take copy, like copy from your SD card onto your computer so that they're sitting in the, you don't delete any of on your SD card, but the ones on the computer, you can delete. Delete what you don't want, because it's easier to do that on the computer than it is to sit there and remember that.
Yeah, you can see mine. Working?
This is working, good, what are you doing?
weekend? You had fun? What did you do? Did you play games? Play games? Boys? Nice. Dinner's coming? I just wanna like took all the photos?
Trying to organize it because he's trying to do it his own.
Well, I told him to do it that way.
Yeah, well, that is not.
Oh, I didn't know you know, open in the file like that. I thought you could only see them in the actual viewer. Oh, yeah. Hey, hey. Hi. How are you? Huh? Huh?
Good lovely girl.
You remember me? You remember me again? I don't know. I don't know if you do.
Nummy Meme. Nummy Meme. You're delicious. You're so delicious. Baby sandwich? 1, 2, 3.
Yucky, yucky. Madam, Gigi? Who is drilling? Drooling. Huh? It's a Chromebook, but it doesn't have an actual hard drive. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, you're getting so big. You remember being up here when you were just a little girl? You remember? Okay, careful. See all the-
write this down? That's on Facebook. Go to Facebook. Go to your internet. Go to internet. So you can, whatever you.
I just go to there.
Google, and you open up a new tab or whatever, use this button right here, Facebook, right here. Go to Facebook. Okay, and then all you're gonna do is right under here where it says what's on your mind, there's a button that says photo slash video. This one, this box here says that, and there's a green button with a photo picture, so click on the green photo. And I ask you this question, do you want to see it? Can anyone on Facebook see it, or just your friends? So I probably just push your friends. Good friends. Alright, and then add pictures, you click on the plus sign.
Sign, right?
Look at pull this up, the screen up, and you're just gonna look here, and so there's a file right here that says photo video. You just click that one. The hard part is this is gonna give you a big headache. Is that, if you wanna put 50 out of 1,000, you're gonna have to click, and you're gonna have to press control, click another one. Press control, click another one. If you don't, then it'll erase all of them and you can start over. So that's what I mean, it's easier if you just go through this file and delete anything you don't wanna post. It's fine because all your pictures are still on your SD card. But if you do my file and you delete anything, you delete everything down to 50 that you want. If you do that, then all you will have here, you just.
Pictures is a lot.
Sure.
On Facebook.
Sure. But if it was, so if you did that, you narrowed it down, you just click this first one, scroll to the bottom, you hold shift, and you click the last one, and it'll select all of the pictures for you.
You go by yourself?
And then you just press over. Well, you go. Say you pick these 10 pictures, you press open.
Here.
And then starting to upload them all. And you can write something here, whatever, and then you press this blue button. The first thing you need to do to make it easier for yourself is go through this file and delete everything you have. Narrow it down.
This one. Go to this and then delete all those.
So your first job is to delete all those pictures. First job. Delete them and all of them. And then once you get exactly what you want on the internet, then you do this. And do this instructions.
Cantilly? So many shots. Come up here. What's upstairs? What's upstairs? You want to stay down here?
Up here.
Yeah. Turn on the light going up. I gotcha. I gotcha. Whee-oh!
Thank you.
You're welcome. Wow. Wow.
It's a little froggy. Ribbit.
One second. I'll be right back. Stay here.
Ribbit.
Hey, Mama. Mom. Your thing's still recording. I think it's like a 7-hour recording. Do you want me to click yes? Just stop recording. Yeah, coming. We're coming, kiddo.
Look, it's a nice cozy pillow.
Nice cozy pillow.
Why isn't it going?
Say yes.
Oh, there.